So next person.
Uh, Henceforth Smith Abakan. I work in Consolidated Bank, Ghana.
You work with
Consolidated Bank, Ghana. CBG.
CBG. Okay, okay. All right. All right. Who is next?
My name is Sam Kofi Wilson Akpese. I'm an accountant. I work in Seekings, Ghana.
Okay. Your first name is what?
Sam.
Sam. Okay. All right. Next.
Good morning, sir. My name is Martin. I'm Oesi Bankers. I work with Primo Limited as an accountant.
Okay. The next.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Susan Danso. I'm with Southern District Assembly as a budget analyst.
Okay. So are you in Southern or you are in Accra at the moment?
Southern Sogakope.
Sogakope. Okay, okay, that's fine. All right. Next.
Hello, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Emmanuel Gazy. I work with Ghana Water Limited.
Okay. Next person.
Hello, Doc. My name is
Yeah.
Ernest Akon. I work with
Okay.
Vitamilk Ghana.
You work with
Vitamilk Ghana.
Vitamilk. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
please.
All right. Next.
Hello, sir. My name is
hello.
Edem. My name is Edem Kojo Ajay. I work with the Ministry of Finance.
Okay. Next. Gilbert, have you already spoken?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Vero, go on.
I'm Veronica Jekum Chumesi. I work for myself.
Okay. Nice to know. So Vero and all the
I
others
said
that
I
are
work for
just
myself.
using. Yes, I got you perfectly right. And thank you for the introduction. So, and this another announcement to the entire class. Kindly use your full name for me so that when I'm taking the attendance, I'll be able to capture your accurate details. And if you're able to add your index number, that will be a fantastic job for me. Are there any others that are yet to speak?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Gilbert.
Good morning. Yes, please. My name is Gilbert Awine. I work with Contractor Construction UK Limited as a finance assistant.
All right.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nadia Kabuki Amenya. I work with Access Bank.
All right. Who else?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please, my name is Esther Fodi Adamte. I'm an entrepreneur.
All right. Any other?
I'm Darina Abaka Boakye. I work with just one group of companies.
Okay. Any other person? Raphael. Bismarck.
Good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
My name is Abdul Mumin. I work with the Ministry of Gender.
Okay. You work with them as what?
As a program officer.
Okay, okay. Next. I believe. Okay, Ima. Good morning. Ima, I thought you were introducing yourself. Emmanuel. On mute. Your microphone is muted.
Yeah, hello, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, Raphael.
Yes, sir. My name is Agboglan Raphael Anyo. I work with James Savings and Loans as a relations officer.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other?
Doc, good morning.
Good morning.
I went to relay patients. I'm with Circuit Court at Chumata as a bailiff.
All right. Do we still have some students here that are yet to introduce themselves?
My name is Oscar.
Okay, Oscar. Come again, you work with?
West African Hardware and Deco.
Okay, West Africa. All right. Who else? Who else is here to speak? All right. I think it's been an interesting exercise in the sense that from the portfolios that I've heard so far, we have all the arsenals, all the human resources that we need to run any establishment. And that will be very, very advantageous for this course because when you are teaching a class and it is one-sided, it's kind of frustrates students whenever you are bringing scenarios that will extend the discourse beyond whatever they are currently striving to achieve. So that is a good start for us. We will continue with a scan through the course outline. And let me briefly share my screen so that you will see it. Is my screen displaying the course outline visible?
Yes. Yes, please.
Very well. So tentatively, this is the course outline that will be guiding our reading and interaction for the entirety of the semester. Because this class is a measure of different intakes, I believe this particular, the academic year and the semester might not apply to all of you, but based on the model that we are running, it is supposed to be a first semester 2025-2026 academic year. And so as I mentioned, my name is Augustine, and this is my telephone number that you can reach me in case of any challenges that may require my attention or my intervention. And this is also my email address, which may become necessary when events that will drive you to use the LMS is proving challenging. Okay, so this strategic management class is designed for master's level students or intakes, which means that the demand and expectation from you is much more detailed. Essentially, the course seeks to offer an advanced and comprehensive study of strategic management, which simply indicates that the expectation is that you must have done strategic management either at your diploma or degree level. But having said this, the design of this distance learning program is such that we will furnish you with all the relevant preliminary materials that will require you to align with the current discourse we'll be having. And so if you've not done strategic management before, or you are now in the field of finance or business, and so this is something new to you, don't worry. We are all going to cruise along to the suitable destination. So in the course of the assimilation of strategic management, attempts will be made to integrate the fundamental concepts that you will require to appreciate some of the decisions and actions that ensue at the strategic level of management. We will also utilize a number of analytical tools that can help you forge an appropriate vision, mission statement for your organization, develop long-term objectives, and how that can also be connected with the real-world issues and happenings that resonate in the competitive business environment we now find ourselves in. So, by the end of the semester, you are expected to internalize 3 key things: how to formulate strategy, how to implement it, and how to evaluate them. But to successfully formulate any given strategy, it is important for you to, first of all, peruse the environment within which you intend to operate or forge that sort of strategy for. And so gainful time will be taken to also internalize how to conduct environmental scanning. And by environmental scanning, reference is being made to the internal environment and the external environment of an organization to derive the forces within and without the organization that can take a center stage or that should be considered in the forger of a strategy for the attainment of an organization's competitive advantage. A lot of effort will also be channeled to appreciate the architecture that must be put in place to facilitate the formulation and the implementation of any given strategy, ranging from the organizational structure, the culture that must be supportive and accommodative of the strategy, leadership, issues of corporate governance. That's very much imperative to the success of any given strategy. And we will also take some time to look at how a strategy that is formulated and implemented can be evaluated to verify whether indeed the strategy is on the right path towards the attainment of what is set forth to achieve, or there is the need for some modifications to be introduced to make the strategy more relevant to the current issues that may be confronting an organization. So the bottom line is that the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of any given strategy is such that it is not a one-time activity, but rather a continuous and an iterative, if you like, an interactive process, which ultimately seeks to improve the fortunes of an organization and at the same time become more relevant for the efforts that the company may be channeling into. So specific topics that will be covered in the course of this semester include environmental scanning, competitive analysis, the various viewpoints that are available as far as the harness or management of resources is concerned, then the varied levels where strategies can be formulated, ranging from the functional to the corporate level, and expansion strategies that organizations may specifically utilize when they start reaping the fortunes that are cropping up as a result of an implemented strategy, and so on and so forth. So by design, the course is going to be both online and in person, and it is also envisaged to leverage on interactive technologies, particularly the LMS that the school has made available and other forms of experiential learning that can help you connect some of the issues we'll be discussing practically, so that wherever you find yourself in your place of work, you will be able to transfer the lessons that are going to be assimilated here onto your job. So the objectives of the course: by the end of this study, students are expected to be in a position to analyze the internal and external business environment using strategic management framework to also demarcate the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that may confront an organization, and how these indices can be utilized to improve the fortunes and help an organization flourish in a competitive environment. It is also expected that students should be able to evaluate the business, corporate, and international strategic alternatives that may confront them, and how such alternatives may also align with their competitive advantage pursuits, organizational goal attainments, and other global issues that may be relevant for the survival of the company. Thereafter, apply strategic management concepts and models to formulate effective strategies that can align appropriately with the requisite resources or capabilities that may be available in the organization. And that component is very, very key, because if you develop a cutting-edge strategy, which on paper is very much formidable, but in the end, you are not able to harness the requisite resources and align them for them to hone it for the benefits of the organization, then it will be an exercise in futility. Students are also expected to be in a position to assess the processes that can be used in implementing a given strategy. So when the time is right for you to implement a nice strategy that you have developed on a sheet of paper, what are some of the things to consider, ranging from organizational structure, culture, the sort of innovation that will help hone the strategy, the leadership, the way the strategy will be gradually introduced for all and sundry to also wholeheartedly receive it. So issues about change management, so that it does not attract or receive high level of resistance. We will also learn about how to design and use strategic performance management and control systems. And this is important because at the end of the day, on what basis will we be able to know whether a given strategy is effective? We can only determine this when we are able to compare the outcomes of the strategy with the intentions that were earmarked from the outset. And once this is juxtaposed, then we'll be able to showcase whether the strategy was effective or there is more room for improvement. And lastly, but important, is to demonstrate critical thinking, ethical reasoning, collaboration, and evidence-based decision-making through case analysis, presentations, reflective strategic management activities. And all this, particularly the last point, is expected to help you not only become passive recipients of what will be transpiring in the course of the semester, but to also think outside what we will be witnessing, to elevate the discourse to the various places where you may want to be applying them. The attendance policy for this class is that it is absolutely compulsory, implying that if for any justifiable reason, and as humans as we are, as matured as we are, the expectation is that you will have to communicate it directly to me or through your classroom, so that when I'm taking records, it will be such information to my attention will be appropriately recorded, so that it is not used in future to penalize you. So as much as possible, please make time to attend all classes. The teaching and learning methods is going to be more of lectures and interactive discussions. So most of our interactions will be online, and in the course of the semester, unless events points to the contrary, we will also have at least one session which will be face-to-face to at least put faces to the voices and the opinions we will be discerning in this class. We will also use the LMS predominantly for our quizzes, discussions, reflective assignments that will be given out in the course of the semester. There will also be at least one presentation which will be done in groups. So once I receive the class list from your course reps, I will then give the green light on the number of students that are expected to be in each group. And the thematic areas that you will be presenting on will also be communicated in that regard. We also use case studies, particularly for us to appreciate some of the models, the frameworks that normally take a center stage in strategic management. as far as the assessment of the course is concerned, it is going to be twofold: continuous assessment and end of semester examination. So the continuous assessment components will constitute 40% of your score, but the parameters for this 40% include the quizzes, the reflective assignments you'll be doing on the LMS, the presentation, and the case studies that you will also be trying your hands on. Which means that once you participate in all these activities, ranging from the quizzes to the case studies, assignments, you should be able to score a huge percentage. You should be able to earn a huge proportion of the 40%. At least when you're crying, you should be able to get about 35% of the 40. And this is a master's level course. So as much as possible, the nature of the quizzes and assignments are going to be more of an opportunity to reflect and give feedback on what you have learned in class. So it is not going to be something that you are achieving and pouring for me. Apart from the quizzes that I am going to use to test your mastery of the concepts and issues that are going to be discussed in class, the rest of them are going to be more of your reflections of your understanding. And that will also give me an opportunity to see whether there is the need to polish some facets or otherwise. Then the end of semester examination will also constitute 60% of your total assessment score, which is by design going to be a sit-down examination. And once again, since this is a master's level class, an attempt will be made through the teaching to be giving you cues on some of the issues that should be on your fingertips. And let's see how things unfold. Maybe during the revision week, I will see what I can do to make things much more simpler for you. But I believe that the materials that we are going to use are even not voluminous. So by that time, you may even be fine and you may say, you don't even need my presence. So that is it as far as the assessment procedure is concerned. Now, the course contents or the thematic areas we will be tackling as is presented on our screen. And please, are the themes visible, or do you want me to zoom in a little bit?
Yeah, zoom it a bit. Okay, it's fine.
All right. So by design, first weeks are normally used for introduction into the field of strategic management, where the basic concepts and terminologies which we are going to be revisiting in the course of the semester are itemized and demarcated. And once this is done, it sets the stage for us to tackle strategic direction, wherein we will consider what constitutes a company's mission, their vision, and what it means to have a mission statement, how they can even be developed, their relevance, and particularly their relevance for a given organization. And how can you even assess the utility or efficacy of a given vision or mission statement? So by the end of today's class, the expectation is to tackle some of these things. Then week 2, we will start with the scan of the business environment. And this is predicated on the assumption that by that time, we should have tackled the fundamental vision of an organization, or when we talk about vision in general, what it constitutes. And based on that, we can also do this environmental analysis to verify whether the necessary forces or factors, resources within the organization and outside the organization can help in the attainment of a given mission strategically. And this is important because when you don't carry out an environmental analysis after the demarcation of vision, mission, long-term objectives of an organization, you stand to work in futility, in the sense that it is more or less like a blind person that is striving to achieve something in reality when the blind man cannot really appreciate the realities that surround the intended outcome. So the environmental analysis will now help to furnish any intended strategy with a wealth of information that can be harnessed from within the organization, and that can also be tackled from outside the organization to position the firm with all the arsenals it's required to flourish. Once environmental scan is conducted and we are informed with relevant information that can be used in the pursuit of strategic management, then we can also continue with the discussion on long-term objectives as far as strategy formulation is concerned, and by extension, grand strategies. So specifically, we will be looking at what constitutes long-term objectives, the type of strategies that can be leveraged to pursue these long-term objectives, and the typologies of strategies that can be forged at the corporate level, business level, and functional level of the organization. Because of the shortness of the semester, attention will be paid to the most salient ones who will require to flourish, whilst an extensive material will be provided for you to read wider. Week 4, we will continue with the strategy formulation to now consider other relevant grand strategies that can be equally utilized to forge a sustainable strategy for a given organization, ranging from the Ansoff matrix, diversification strategy, the growth matrix, including horizontal and vertical integration, mergers, acquisition, and a number of them, through liquidations to restructuring, through divestiture. And along these discussions in the course of the semester, attempts will be made to also clarify when it will be ripe to use each of these grand strategies. Now, once we are clear in our mind about the typologies of strategies and when they can be used, then we will discuss the nitty-gritties or the fundamentals that must be considered once you are ready to implement a given strategy. And so key issues relevant for strategy execution include the structure of the organization. In fact, there is an ongoing debate whether a strategy should follow the structure or the structure of the organization should rather be modified to follow the strategy. When we get there, all those debates will be contested. Then issues about the kind of leadership that must be available, the culture, governance structure, and all that. And finally, week 6, we will look at how strategy can be monitored to verify whether it is delivering its intended purpose or there is the need for some modifications or adjustments to be brought to bear in order to make the strategy more relevant to the changing elements that are confronting an organization. The recommended text that we'll be using is the book of David and David. But beyond this, any other strategic management book should suffice for your reading. All right. So that is by way of introduction to the course outline and what to expect in the course of the semester. Are there any questions at this point? If you have a question or a comment, please, you can unmute and voice it out now. Okay. If there are no questions, then let me also quickly introduce you to the LMS. Hopefully, when you are all enrolled, please, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
So when you are all enrolled onto the classroom, I believe right now you are all on the LMS, but if you have not been enrolled onto the classroom, let's hope that by the end of this week, it should be done. Once you are enrolled, you will see strategic management DL, which is the distance learning model. And when you come on here, this is how the interface of the strategic management class looks like. So most of the materials we'll be using for the entire semester are here. The course outline is here. The reading materials for today, which is on lecture 1, and the company mission, vision, statement issues are all here. So you can be reading ahead of time such that when we come here, it will be, my role will be more of facilitating what you have learned so far. And I believe that will be an interesting moment for all of us to be learning from each other as much as possible when the class is one way from only the facilitator to students wherein you become very much passive, it will place so much burden on you to now go back and relearn all that have transpired in class. So it's, at the master's level, it will make the class very, very boring. So please, the essence of putting all these materials ahead of time is to help you prepare on your own. Then you come on here with interesting ideas and observations that we can all discuss to learn from. Again, I also have a lot of pre-recorded videos on all the thematic areas, if you like, all the lectures for this particular course. So I'll later on, after the class, embed the links for each of those lectures on the website for you, so that in addition to reading the slides, you can equally be making good use of the videos at your own comfort time. And that will also give you an opportunity to appreciate the nitty-gritties of strategic management very well. So when there is an assignment, you will find it up here. In fact, I will be communicating where exactly you are supposed to submit the assignment. For instance, if it is supposed to be under lecture 1, under the theme of company mission and vision and what have you. If there is going to be a quiz, that one too will be conducted on the LMS. On that note, I will rather plead with all of you, particularly those that do not have access to the LMS, to quickly consult Center for Online Learning, the course office, for them to help you reset your password and your login credentials so that you can make good use of the materials that are on the LMS. Please, are there any questions or concerns as far as the LMS you'll be using is concerned? So you realize in fact, all the things we'll be doing, they are here. All the things we'll be doing are already here. And you have to make good use of the materials here.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, so the material, because I've logged into the LMS, but there's no material for strategic management. I hope.
Okay, so that implies that they are here to enroll you in this class. Normally, when the time is right for you to take a particular course, then they will, apart from mounting the course, they will enroll all the students in the class as participants in it. So please work through your course rep so that the entire class list is presented to court for all of you to be enrolled over here. So don't worry. Hopefully by the end of the week, it should have been completed.
All right.
Any other question or comments? By the way, in your other classes, have you been using the LMS for assignments and quizzes?
Yes,
Yes, Doc.
Which means that you are all aware when there is an assignment to be submitted over there, it is time bound, wherein once the time expires, you will not be able to upload it. I hope you are aware.
Yes, Doc.
And again, any assignment or or submission you do on there should be your own intellectual property. So what I mean by this is that when I give an assignment, try as much as possible to do it and own the content. Don't take the submission of your colleague and you modify the name and index number and you submit it as your own. The LMS is such that it checks for plagiarism and similarity of submissions. And whenever such issues are observed, it amounts to academic dishonesty. So please, as much as possible, it is better for you to submit your own academic piece or write-up, which will fetch you an honest score than to present content that are not actually a reflection of your own understanding. So please take notes. All right. If there are no questions, then we will proceed to the first aspect of our lecture today. Just a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can someone read what is currently on the screen for me?
Ghana Communication Technology University, MGT 502, Strategic Management, Lecture 1.
Okay, so it means we are all on the same page. Please, in the course of the interaction, if you have a question, just raise up your hand. I will pause and then attend to you. And preferably mute your microphone so that we are not disrupted by the background noise of the environment where you may be finding yourself. So please take note and comply accordingly. A number of you still have just your first names logged in as participants. So in fact, a number of you have only your first names. Please, I'll be extracting the participants list as my class list. So kindly write your full name and if you can, add your index number. So Curtis, kindly write your full name. Michael, write your full name. Raphael, you see I'm seeing two Raphaels here. There's Raphael and there's Raphael Abogla.
It's the same person, please.
It's the same person?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right, so, but still, the other one to make it full for me.
Okay.
Then there is Veronica. So kindly write it in full for me so that anytime I extract the list, I'll get the full complement of my participants for today's class. Thank you. Now, by way of introduction, let me find out how many of you are taking strategic management course for the first time? How many of you? You can unmute and then speak to me. Is there anyone here who is taking strategic management course for the first time?
Yes.
Okay, so let me take it one by one. So Sarah, what is
Sandra,
your background?
Sandra.
Sandra, yeah, Sandra, what is your background?
I did engineering in my undergraduate.
Okay, you did engineering. All right. Who else?
I studied economics.
Economics.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, by econs person there, you are even closer to strategic management because a number of the frameworks that we use draw inspiration from economics. So you are not totally
Okay, and that's fine.
lost. Any other person?
Doc, then me.
Hey, Emmanuel, what is your background?
I did
Banking
geography.
and finance.
You did banking and finance and you did not do strategic management.
Yes. Oh.
Wow. That's surprising because strategic management is a core course for all business students. Anyway, maybe depending on how your courses were structured, that is why you might have skipped it. Then there was one more hand. Who else?
Hello, I didn't raise my hand, but I did geography.
You did geography. Okay, at the undergrad level.
Undergrad, yes, please.
Okay. So apart from Richard, who did geography, and was it Sandra who did engineering? I think majority of you have the fundamentals that are required to survive in this class. But for their benefits, and in order to carry all of us along, because maybe you've done it, but you did it so many years ago, I will take my time to go through some of the concepts and issues which normally they are taken for granted at the master's level because the expectation is that you already have the foundation that we are going to build on. So don't worry, we will all sail through together. Good. So an introductory lecture to strategic management. And by the end of this lecture, the expectation is that you should be familiarized with the concept of strategy and why it is an integral part in the pursuit of any strategic management pursuit. We will also take our time to appreciate the concept of strategic management and how it has been defined severally by different authorities. And in the end, you will see that even though they might be using different parlance and terminologies, their thought process is fundamentally the same. We also look at the strategic management process and the stages that are involved in strategic management, including strategy formulation, implementation, and evaluation. Then other relevant examples that we are going to use in the course of the semester will also be tackled, including the concept of competitive advantage, what it means to have a strategic plan, who is a strategist, and what have you. We will also discuss the benefits of engaging in strategic management. So if you are having 2 or more companies and some indulge in strategic management whilst others do not, the companies that are pursuing strategic management, what benefits do they stand to gain? And the ones that do not get involved in strategic management, do they stand a chance of losing something? In fact, that one will be an open discussion for all of us to appreciate. And we'll also look at why some firms may not pursue any form of strategic planning, despite the utility of strategic management. And finally, we also look at the pitfalls that the pursuit of strategic management comes with, which strategic managers are admonished to navigate around. So the concept of strategy. The origin of the word strategy comes from ancient Greece. So it's actually a word or a term that has its roots in ancient Greece. And specifically, it is derived from the Greek word strategia, which means the art or skills of a military general. You know, in the ancient times, military generals were fundamentally responsible for planning for wars, thereby directing their armies and also making important decisions that can help their army to defeat their enemies or opponents, whilst protecting their territories. And that was the context within which strategia was used within the ancient Greek era. Indeed, the word strategia comes from, as I indicated, it comes from another Greek word known as strategos, which can be broken down into a number of parts, including stratos and ego. So stratos simply means army, and ego means to lead or to guide. So within the ancient Greek context, when they combine stratos and ego to generate strategos, it simply meant leader of an army or a general. So originally, strategy referred to how military leaders planned and coordinated their battle to achieve victory. And it involves a number of activities such as where to fight, how to use their resources, both human and other fighting equipments, how to outsmart their opponents, who to pick as their opponents, and how to achieve a long-term success. That is the context within which they were using the word or the term strategy. But in today's management and business dispensation, the meaning of strategy has expanded beyond military. Specifically, in business management, strategy refers to a long-term plan that is designed to help an organization achieve its goals and gain competitive advantage. So anything that a company can utilize to succeed in changing its environment and coming out as the formidable force amidst its rivals fall within the purview of strategy, which seeks to communicate that when we talk about strategy now, it is not the repository of only military generals, but rather it is employed in the world of work, be it finance, HR, management, marketing, procurement, and what have you, to ensure that an organization is able to achieve its long-term aspirations by efficiently and effectively utilizing its resources for the betterment of the company. So broadly, the concept of strategy refers to a plan of action that is designed to achieve long-term aspirations of an organization, as I mentioned. And those of you that may want to munch or chew something, we can say definitionally, strategy is the determination of the basic long-term goals and objectives of an enterprise and the adoption of the courses of actions and allocation of resources necessary for the attainment of these goals, which explicitly seeks to communicate that every strategy, whether we are considering it within the military circles, outside the military circles, into the confines of the business world, or even in the field of play, where we are either playing football, playing basketball, or any endeavors of humanity, strategy seeks to pursue two main things. One, to characterize and contextualize the long-term goals or aspirations of the individual or the establishment. And two, to also specify the means which border on how or exactly how the enterprise or the individual will be able to achieve the long-term goals. In other words, any given strategy, irrespective of the context where it is being contested, has two main endpoints: the ends and the means. The ends are the long-term aspirations or outcomes that the individual, organization, or a given entity seeks to achieve. Then the means refer to all the actions, resources, and processes that will culminate together and be integrated to ensure that at the end of the day, the organization flourishes in the pursuit and attainment of its long-term objectives. In this sense, we can also say strategy seeks to communicate or showcase the intent of an organization, in the sense that it projects exactly what an organization wants to do and how it wants to do it. The what is the goal or the long-term goals that it seeks to pursue, and the how is the means by which it can attain these long-term goals. In the same vein, we can also discern that strategy, irrespective of how it is conceptualized, defines the long-term goals but also discover how those goals will be attained. I am using the word discover here because sometimes what we itemize on a sheet of paper to pursue as the means may require significant modifications just so that the long-term aspirations and its attainments are still top on the agenda. There is the need for companies to always, in an attempt to achieve their objectives, discover the best options that can be honed in their pursuit. And this is so because what might have been penned down and agreed upon at the strategic level may no longer be relevant, especially when you put it side by side with the initiatives and machinations of your competitors. So it is always important for an organization to be a learning organization wherein they are constantly discovering and identifying the best options that they can rely upon in championing the pursuit and attainment of their long-term objectives. All right. Now, the concept of strategic management. So we've understood so far that the concept of strategy essentially seeks to help an individual, an entity, or an organization to clarify the long-term objectives which are realistic to be pursued and the appropriate and efficient means that can be utilized in the pursuit of these long-term objectives. What then is strategic management? Strategic management has now become a fancy term or concept that business organizations now identify with or align themselves with. And it is so because of a number of reasons. It is so because it positions an organization that it is forward-looking, proactive, and have an intention to survive. For that reason, almost all business organizations are now dedicating a lot of time, energy, and resources to the pursuit of strategic management. Definitionally, a number of opinions have been submitted as to what strategic management entails. As per Purcell and Robinson, they conceptualize strategic management as a set of decisions and actions resulting from the formulation and implementation of strategies that are designed to achieve the objectives of an organization. So in their thought process, Pierce and Robinson are opining that when we say we are doing strategic management, we are simply trying to set out a number of decisions or actions that can be relevant to forge a robust strategy, which can also accommodate and guide the implementation of the strategy in the view of achieving an organization's objectives. A number of criticisms were leveled against their conceptualization of strategic management, in the sense that most of the critics contend the definition of Pierce and Robinson does not elevate the explanation of strategic management as something that is forward-looking or that is concerned about long-term aspirations. So if you look at how they characterize organizational objectives, the critics were of the view that it would have sufficed for them to specify that all these activities are simply trying to champion long-term objectives of an organization. Others were also of the view that strategic management is not only concerned about the formulation and implementation of given strategic options, but it is most importantly concerned about the assessment, appraisal, audits, and evaluation of the outcomes of these implementations. It is that element of appraisal which will help an organization to self-correct before it gets into a ditch. And this self-correction is the component of the strategic management framework that can guarantee that at all times, the company is not wasting its time and resources pursuing a strategic option which is not relevant or realistic to the mission and vision it is championing. So that is it as far as Pierce and Robinson is concerned. An alternative definition is also put forth by Wheeler and Hanger, who also contend that strategic management involves a set of managerial decisions and actions that determine the long-term performance of a corporation. So the conceptualization of strategic management by Wheeler and Hanger is what we construe as the generalist explanation of strategic management, in the sense that it does not provide you with the specific actions or inactions that must ensue in the management process of a given strategy, but they give a general overview or general clarification of what must ensue whenever someone or an organization says they are managing a strategy, which is also commendable. I said that it is normally appreciated by those that already have a foundation and an appreciation of what it entails when we are pursuing strategic management. Conversely, Dessler also characterized strategic management as the process of identifying and executing the organization's mission by matching its capabilities with the demands of its environment. And that is what we call the matching model. So what Dessler tried to do is that they sort of create a tripod or a three-pole framework. One of the, a three-pillar framework, and one of these pillars resides on the mission of an organization. Another also resides on its resources or capabilities, and the third pillar is the demands of the environment. Dessler is trying to say that when you say you are doing strategic management, at the end of the day, there should be a clear mission that is directing the activities and pursuits of the organizations. In other words, that should be the critical end in view of the organization. And this critical end should be also accommodated by capabilities. And these are internal and external resources that can be harnessed efficiently and effectively at the right time, right place, in a cost-effective manner for the betterment of an organization. And thirdly, Dessler is of the view that it is not enough to have an interesting mission statement for the organization, accompanied by the requisite capabilities. But it is very, very, very fundamental to match these two polarities with the demands of the environment, so that if you are able to align your mission with a demand in the business environment, then it means you are actually solving a problem, a fundamental problem that is perhaps a gap that all other organizations are not able to address squarely. Once you are able to identify this problem, which can now be turned around as a demand requiring your effort and intervention, then you can have a formidable business that you can be pursuing in the environment. And so that is the matching model or the conceptualization of strategic management as per Dessler. So the bottom line for Dessler is that it is not only about formulating and implementing or evaluating the strategy, but whatever you do, at the end of the day, the objective that you are trying to achieve should be mutually supported by your capabilities, and these should also align with the problems that maintain in the business environment in terms of the demands that or the gap that is required for you to fill. And the last conceptualization of strategic management, which we are going to look at, was also put forth by David and David, which is actually the text we will be using throughout the semester. And they conceptualize it as the arts and science of formulating, implementing, and evaluating cross-functional decisions that enable an organization to achieve its objectives. The arts and science. So David and David are elevating the discourse by admitting that strategic management is both an art and a science. It's an art in the sense that just as we think of painting, different organizations may pursue the same strategy, but the outcome will not be the same, simply because just as we do in fine arts and in drawing or painting, we can all be observing the same portraits or picture, the same image to sketch. But at the end of the day, because the pressure points, the sort of strokes, our appreciation of aesthetics and our appreciation of the image will result in pictures that are not the same. So from that same wavelength, strategic management is also considered to be an art in the sense that two or more individuals may decide to, or organizations may decide to pursue the same strategy, but the outcome will not be the same. The outcome will be different. And depending on the quality and attention that is paid to the details that lead to the outcome, favorable results are likely. So that is the art component. Now, when they say it's also a science, it means that although it is an art that may rely on the subjective judgments and the subjectivity of the strategies, there is some level of systematicity. So there are some laid down procedures that individuals, organizations can use as their framework or guideline to help them pursue their strategic management process. So irrespective of your background, the field, the intended purpose, you can always have a clearly forged strategic management process to achieve your outcomes. And it is because of this reason why currently across all disciplines and all departments, they have their own strategy. So for management, for HR, we have strategic HRM. For management, there is strategic management. For marketing, there is strategic marketing. For procurement, there is strategic procurement. And the drift now is even towards sustainable strategic management, so that the series of actions and activities that will help one to achieve an organization's long-term objectives by drawing and matching their resources and capabilities with the needs of the environment will not be pursued with some level of complacency. The idea is that because the business environment is constantly evolving and there is also keen and cutting-through competitiveness among corporations, it is important for the championing of any strategic management process to be more reliable. It is only the pursuit of such reliable strategic management outcomes that will help us achieve what they are now accruing to be sustainable strategic management. So companies are no longer comfortable with issues of competitive advantage. They are now pursuing sustainable competitive advantage, so that the excellence you are achieving in your community of practice can be guaranteed for a longer period of time. All right. Any questions so far? Still on the conceptualization, the key concepts relevant for strategic management, next to be looked at is what we call a strategic plan. So when an individual, an organization, or a football team says they have a strategic plan, what does that imply? Who can tell us? When let's say Manchester United says they have a strategic plan, or they have, when they say they have a strategic plan, what comes into your mind? Who can help us?
I think it's a laid down procedure to achieving an organization's goals.
Okay. And thank you very much for putting it in that simple balance. When we talk about strategic plan, it is the outcome of the strategic management, which becomes the, if you like, the game plan or the blueprint that is going to be followed through and through to attain all the demarcated objectives of the company. So as an individual, when you are contemplating about your strategic plan, it's simply the blueprints or the procedure that you are going to follow through to execute your strategy. And that is the simplest way we can explain it. So just as a football team needs a good game plan in order to keep on winning, every company that also aspires to succeed must also have a very good strategic plan so that they can compete successfully. But there is a catch here. The fact that you have a strategic plan does not necessarily mean you will always succeed. Let me repeat it again. The fact that a football team has a game plan, or the fact that a particular company has a strategic plan, does not mean that they will always be successful. Who can explain this particular statement that I've just made? Why is it that having a strategic plan does not necessarily guarantee that a company will always succeed? Why is it so?
If I may, it could happen that there are some parameters that might have skipped, the company might have skipped, or some external forces which can have a greater influence on what the impact of that strategic plan would be. So,
okay.
Yeah, so
all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, Veronica.
Yes, sir. So it could be said that your strategic plan is not well thought through. Though you have a plan, but if it's not well thought through, it means you may not achieve the intended objective.
Okay. Ato
Yes,
Kwanji.
Doc. Yes, Doc. Kwanzin, sir.
Okay.
You may also have a good strategic plan, except that in the course of implementing it, you may encounter some external shocks which you did not foresee at the point of designing the structure. And of course, it's going to frustrate the outcome of your implementation exercise.
Excellent. Any other view? In fact, you are making me feel that I'm teaching a master's class based on the explanations you are giving to the statement I made. In fact, you are all the submissions you made are accurate. The bottom line is that strategic plan is necessary, but not sufficient for you to achieve the desired success, because the plan is one thing, but the implementation is also another stage altogether. And if you are confronted with any hindrance, any obstacle during the implementation, definitely it is going to have a huge blow on your success story. So ranging from the resources that you require to implement the plan, apart from the resources, also the external shocks that may not be under your control. We are all witnesses to how companies globally struggled when COVID-19 took a center stage in the global world. And the new norm was that we all have to adjust to working remotely and not necessarily working as we hitherto used to do. So all these things may be an avenue for a strategy not to succeed, because at the formulation stage and the ideation stage, as humans as we are, you will not be able to preempt every force or factor that needs to be considered and to be aligned with an alternative strategy. So if like this is actually a finance class. So in regression, there is always something we call the error term, wherein after considering all your predictors, your independent variables, we leave room for some supervening or unforeseen events which are not considered, that is humanly. And so some of these events can definitely generate unsuccessful results for a company, even though they have a strategic plan in place. And indeed, the business environment and the world of work is not static. It is constantly evolving. And so the strategic plan that might have been developed 5 or 10 years ago may not be relevant to the realities that are confronting the world of work now. And that is why it is important for the monitoring aspect of the strategic management process to be constantly at play. And once you are monitoring the business terrain, it becomes important for the necessary additions, subtractions, and modifications to be introduced. Sometimes the mission, the vision, the long-term objective that you will have to go and readjust it. Because where the world of work will be proceeding towards, those things may no longer be challenging or relevant. And it may not even be a need in the business environment. So as much as possible, the company needs to be evolving along with the plan. And it is only when the strategic plan is constantly fine-tuned, that is where it can guarantee enviable strides for an organization. And on that basis, we say the strategic management process is a continuous and an iterative process, but not a one-time managerial activity. All right. The strategic management framework. Currently in display is the strategic management framework. The strategic management framework, which basically seeks to indicate that the management of any given strategy can be tackled along 3 key stages, including strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and strategy evaluation. So when we say strategy formulation, what does that mean? Please, when it is, we will break around what time? Is it 10?
Yes, sir, 10.
So just prompt me when it is 10 so that we don't, there will be some breaks and there will be continuity in whatever we are doing. Okay, thank you.
Sir.
So the first aspect of the strategic management framework is what we characterize as strategy formulation. And strategy formulation borders on the attempts that are made by the strategists or the strategic managers to forge a vision and mission for the organization, and also scanning the business environment of the organization to fish out for relevant information that can be used as the strengths and opportunities of the company, whilst also striving to counteract the weaknesses and threats that ensue out there. The strategic formulation aspect of strategic management framework also seeks to demarcate the long-term objectives of the company, what the company seeks to achieve in the foreseeable future, normally 5 years and above, and how that can be aligned with the vision and the mission of the organization, taking into consideration the internal strengths and weaknesses, as well as external opportunities and threats that exists out there. As much as possible, the strategy formulation also seeks to come out with alternative strategies. So organizations are admonished not to be fixated with the development of only one strategic option. As much as possible, there should be alternative, a number of strategies are available and developed on the strategic table. And you can think about it you can think about it from the angles of having plan B, plan C, and plan D for your organization as far as your game plan is concerned. And this is necessary because the realities that an organization will be confronted with is not a static one. So as much as possible, when there is the formulation of a strategy, it is relevant for you to develop multiple options of the strategy so that in each case scenario a company will find itself in, it will be able to draw lessons from some of these alternative strategies to make the current one and the implementation more robust. Then there is also an attempt to pick the most promising and suitable strategy out of the alternative ones that are generated. So essentially, when we talk about strategy formulation, these are the nitty-gritties that goes into it before the strategy gets to be, the decision on the right strategy is taken. Now, when strategy is formulated, or the processes leading to the formulation of a given strategy takes into consideration a number of questions that brings clarity to the decision makers on the strategic management table. And these issues that they think through include the kind of business that the company should venture into. This should be normally informed by the demands of the business environment. The demands of the business environment, particularly if the markets that you are entering into is very much saturated. As a newbie or a new entrant into such a market, then it means you are going to face a cutting-throat competition. So the formulation of the strategy, particularly at the forger of the mission a division will have to demarcate exactly what business the company should enter into, or the reason why it should be in existence. So that if there is a higher need to be addressed, then that can become the basis for you to enter into such given markets. It also indicates the businesses that the company will have to abandon. Along the way, the given company may grow, mature, and for that matter, expand into different branches. If it flourishes to the international level, then it may internationalize by having subsidiaries across the length and breadth of the globe. And in all these pursuits, particularly when it gets to the maturity stage, it will come to a point where there will be a realization that some of the business units of the company or the branches may not be flourishing as expected. After injecting huge sums of resources, time, and technology or innovation into it. So during the formulation stage, a lot of scenarios and considerations will be projected to indicate what will be done when the company grows to that particular pedestal. Questions about whether to expand operations or to diversify. So normally when companies are growing and they are contemplating how best they can capitalize on their current growth in a given market, they may decide to expand or diversify. Now, each of these growth metrics have its own implications. So if, for instance, if you are diversifying, there are two main nomenclatures, whether you are doing the related diversification or an unrelated one. And they all come with their benefits and repercussions. So during the formulation, all these things will be thought through properly so that when the time becomes right for the company to contemplate on such strategic options, they will be able to fish through them successfully. And whether to internationalize. So all these border on when they are growing, whether to embark on mergers, acquisition, joint venturing, and all that. So at the formulation decisions, all these considerations will be taken into account. And because the process is iterative, the need to be revisiting and revising them with the passage of time is also apparent. Another key integral component of the strategic management framework is strategy implementation, which simply implies that you are putting a given strategic choice or strategic alternative into implementation.
Hello,
I
sir.
think the time is 10. Yes, the time is 10. So we'll pause here and continue 30 minutes time, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's break for a while. So what is the practice? Do you normally stay online or you log out and come back later? How do you manage it in your other classes?
And some of us remain online whilst others log out and then join again
Okay,
at
so
10:30.
all right. So in the interim, I'll be online. If maybe you may have to step out and do something, you can do that. At least the liberty is at your discretion.
Okay.
You are all welcome back from the short break. Let's continue so that we are able to at least hit our target for today. So prior to the break, I was explaining the three components of the strategic management framework, including strategy formulation, strategy implementation, and strategy evaluation. I was specifically on strategy implementation. And I indicated that it is the component of the framework that puts all the ideas into action. And that is why it is called the action stage of the strategic management process. Normally, strategy implementation requires a firm to establish annual objectives Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes,
can you
Doc.
hear me?
We
Yes,
lost you
Doc.
at some point, but I think it's better now.
Okay, so just give me some minutes to was it this one? No. We were on this one, right?
Your screen is not showing.
We can see your screen.
Oh, sorry, just a minute. Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point did you lose me?
From the start.
I hope you will not say the whole show. So I think I started with the explanation for strategy implementation.
Yes, yes.
And so the idea behind strategy implementation is that it provides the platform for all the beautiful and interesting ideas that have been put on paper as a strategic option to be implemented. So that is where they breathe life into the ideas in an actionable form. And that is why it is called the action stage. And for it to come to life, it is important for certain specific activities to ensue, some of which include the establishment of the annual objectives of the organization. And that is necessary because the development of annual objectives as part of the implementation process helps to break down the long-term objectives into achievable ones within a short scope for the organization to focus their attention and effort on. And once this can you hear me?
Yes, please, Doc, we can hear you.
Okay. And once the company is able to champion these annual objectives over a long period of time, their aggregation will now result in the attainment of the ultimate long-term objectives. So we expect that during the implementation stage of any strategy, there is the need to establish annual objectives to support the long-term strategic goals, which implies that these annual objectives should subserve or should be derived out of the long-term ones. There is also the need to develop policies and procedures in the sense that they seek to guide decision-making and operation of the organization on a day-to-day basis. So, in order to clearly understand what to do at what point in time, why we do what we do at any given point in time, why resources are supposed to be dedicated to some units or departments and not others. It will all be driven by the policies and procedures that will be developed. Then motivation of employees is also very integral to the strategy implementation framework in the sense that a motivated individual is a desirous one that wants to attain every outcome in front of him or her. So when you motivate employees to work towards the achievement of organizational goals, it will incentivize them to give out their best. Allocation of resources. So it is also important for the implementation stage to be accompanied by the requisite resources in a form of money, people, technology, and even time, dedication of time to minute aspects or detail of the operational procedures. It's very, very important. Once these are provided, then a lot can be expected from the implementers and the...
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello.
You said when employees are well motivated, they put in their best. Is it motivation that only incentivizes workers to put in their best?
Okay, so that is a big question, which is also an ongoing debate. So which of the answers do you want? Do you want the ongoing debate or the practical one?
So you motivate me, and I work in a very hostile environment. Are you sure that because of the motivation, I'll put in my best, no matter how the environment is?
Okay, so when we talk about motivation, I think you have limited it to financial rewards, which is far beyond the point when it comes to motivation in its general sense. So depending on the theory or the model that you are using, if you are using Hesberg's two-factor theory, you will get to realize that motivation is not only about extrinsic financial rewards, but it's equally about intrinsic and non-financial rewards. So generically, it is expected that not only tangible resources are used to incentivize employees to give out their best, but even the environment within which they work should equally incentivize them. They should be happy to be coming to the workplace to work. So when we are talking about motivation, think about it from that broad spectrum.
Okay.
Is your question answered?
Yes, sir.
But still, now there is, anyway, this is a finance class, so if I bring those debates here, it will be some way. But there are so many schools of thoughts that advance different arguments on the efficacy of employee motivation. In other words, the question that they ask is that, is it in all circumstances or situations that when you incentivize employees, both extrinsic and intrinsic, that they are able to deliver? So why is it that under certain circumstances, all these forces will be provided to employees, but still their output will not measure up to the expectation of the organization? How do you respond to some of these commentaries? And those are the ongoing debates I was referring to. Who can attempt to address it?
Oh, please come again. Please come again.
Okay. So the initial statement was that if you're able to incentivize employees, then they will also be able to work harder to perform exceptionally well. But there are several, a lot of you have several experiences which are very rich, wherein employees are very much incentivized, and yet their level of performance is far below what the organization was expected from them. And what may account for some of these things? Oh, my finance people.
So if I may attempt.
Come again.
I want to attempt.
Okay, go on.
So, although it's going to be the incentivization of
external factors will contribute to that.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so there is incentivization. We are taking it from a financial aspect. Regardless of how much money you can push to someone, they would never be satisfied. And therefore, if you are not giving them the prerequisite skills and training for them to be able to achieve that strategic target, they will not be able to achieve it, even if you push a lot of money to them. Now, there is also the aspect of individual motivation to achieve greater things. If the person is not willing to really go that extra mile, then it's not going to happen. There's also the aspect of how managers also treat colleagues or people at work. That goes a long way to in a way, if the managers are not treating colleagues respectfully, or are always being bossy and not being the sort of leadership, not leading with respect, it will make the person not also want to give out his or her best. So financial aspect is also there, but there are also small nitty-gritties that adds up to make the broader perspective. That is my contribution.
Okay, good. And I think one other colleague also mentioned that there may be external factors outside these financial and non-financial incentives. In fact, you are all right. And the idea is that human beings are not machines. And I don't know if you've come across the stick and carrot analogy, where in the classical theories of motivation, they were of the view that you can, by just hello, can you hear me? Hello?
No, yeah, because
Yes, please, we can
your
hear
volume
you.
is a bit low. Please.
Is it better now?
Yes, I'm.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's better, sir.
The classical theories behind motivation tended to theorize that if you want to get the best out of employees, just as you can stick out a carrot on a stick and use it to bait rabbits, you can equally use financial rewards to be energizing them or driving them to get the best out of them. But the new theories that are emerging on how to get the best out of employees, as far as their performance is concerned, contends that we need to be looking beyond financial incentives to be considering a whole battery of factors. And so those of you that are familiar with measures of employee satisfaction, you will realize that monetary rewards is just one component of it. And this implies that if you want to motivate employees to perform very well in the world of work, then monetary reward is just one aspect of the equation. You should be equally interested. So if you've read about Spectre will say that you should be interested in other factors such as even the communication that ensue within the organization, communication patterns. And this one, you can look at it laterally, horizontally, and vertically. So between the employee and his supervisor, the employee and their peers, that alone can create a conducive or a hostile one to impede their performance. Again, you can also think about work resources, ranging from supervisory support, co-worker support, and if you are the type that requires certain machines or tools, all these things must equally be available to get the best out of you. And those of you that have done employee relations or industrial relations, must have come across the Hawthorne experiment, where the General Electric company was struggling to remain competitive despite the chunk of money that they were pumping into their organization and also the investment that they were making in training and developing employees. The outcome of that study suggested that it was not about the monetary incentives. It was also not about the lightning system of their, it wasn't more about the working condition, but it was about the superiors or the leaders were relating to them. In one of the experimental groups, what was observed was that the moment they brought in a participatory leader who was ready to conceptualize the problem, diagnose it, and also brainstorm and come out with homegrown solutions, that particular group ended up performing exceptionally well compared to the status quo or the other experimental group that had leaders that reflected the general picture in the General Electric within that period. And that gave birth to the field that we call employee relations now. So the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes to the implementation of a strategy, and we are contemplating how to motivate employees in order to help them work towards achieving organizational objectives, there shouldn't be a fixation on financial rewards, but we should be considering a holistic framework that will in the long run, satisfy employees to give out their best. That is the point I was trying to make here. So when we came to strategy implementation as a subtopic that we are treating, we will consider some of these fine details that I am briefly touching on. Apart from motivating employees, it is also important for the implementation aspects to be furnished with the allocation of adequate resources, ranging from monetary allocations to the right quality and quantity of human resources, the right innovation or technology, the right time, all these in an efficient and effective manner. The integration of these resources are important because, for instance, if you end up getting square pegs in right holes, in round holes, as far as the quality of people for the implementation of the strategy is concerned, then this is not rocket science. You can't expect some miracle to occur. In the same vein, where the strategy requires about 10 hands specializing functionally to mutually support each other, and you are thinking of cutting down costs, and so you are using less of that number, say 5, then when things are not going as planned, you cannot expect any miracle to occur. So when it comes to the implementation components, every minute detail of it, which has been codified in the strategic plan and require attention and touch to bring life into the plan, must be properly adhered to. In a nutshell, the strategy implementation will result in the deployment of, if you like, a strategy support culture that can create the right organizational structure and organizational resources that can help the company proceed towards achieving its set objectives. Then the last but not the least component of the strategic framework is strategy evaluation. Depending on the text you are reading, strategy evaluation may be characterized as strategy monitoring and evaluation. So connote it as strategy assessment. In all these characterizations, the philosophy behind strategy evaluation component of the framework is to determine whether the strategic management process is yielding or working as planned, or there is the need for some corrective actions to be institutionalized in time before things get out of hand. So most authorities treat it as the final stage of the strategic management process. But as a stage, it involves series of backs and forths interventions, which may feed back into even the formulation or the implementation component of the strategy. And that is what makes the process a continuous and an iterative process. In that, any outcome that is generated as a result of the strategy evaluation will now be utilized to empower or sustain the entire strategic management process or to make it more stronger. So the aim of any strategy evaluation treaty is to determine whether the strategies are working well or otherwise. And 3 fundamental activities are normally carried out here, including reviewing the external and internal forces that serve as the basis for the creation of the strategy and its pursuit. Now, if these assessments suggest that the current forces within and without the organization are not adequate enough, then there is the need for one to beef up these forces. For normally the external ones are the ones which the company may not have control over. So if, for instance, let's say within the banking sector, Bank of Ghana decides to increase the minimum capital requirement from 400 million Ghana cedis to 800 million Ghana cedis. That one, it is something you will not be able to control. You just have to make sure you are able to meet that requirement so that your bank will stay afloat. And that is where such assessments will indicate that that new directive from the Bank of Ghana will now be a threat which can cripple the bank. And so there will be the need for you to get more capital injection into it, or perhaps merge with a competing bank that is equally struggling to meet such requirement, so that in the long run, all of you will be able to remain functional. Then you measure the performance, and after measuring the performance of the organization in terms of what they were trying to achieve, you then compare it with the actual standards that have been derived from the long-term objectives in the form of your annual objectives. And where there is a deviation or a huge difference, particularly an unfavorable one, then it requires the necessary remedies to be introduced in order to keep the strategic management process relevant. And that is where the corrective actions become imperative. So the essence of the strategy evaluation components is to diagnose what is going well or what is not going well in the strategy execution process, so that if need be, some corrective actions may be introduced. Okay. Any question on the 3 frameworks of strategic management, ranging from formulation, implementation, and evaluation? We will later on come back to each of these 3 components. And as a matter of fact, the entire semester is going to center around these 3 things: strategy formulation, implementation, and evaluation. So this is just a scratch of the surface. Competitive advantage. So what is competitive advantage? Who can tell me what it means when we say a firm is enjoying competitive advantage? When we say MTN Ghana has a competitive advantage in the telecommunication industry of Ghana. What does that mean? Who can help us?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Sam.
So basically, what it means is that the firm is able to implement strategies that other competitors are unable to imitate.
Okay, the firm is able to implement strategies that other firms are unable to imitate. Okay. Any other? Let me hear you, all of you. So at this point, we can unmute and then interact with me. Is that Sandra?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Like anything that you do better than your competitors. Let's say you sell things or your data more cheaply than your other competitors.
Okay. So anything that you do much better than your competitors falls within the realms of competitive advantage. Curtis.
So please, it means they have a strong packages for their clients.
They have strong packages for their clients, which
Better
other
offers.
rivals may not be able to also replicate. Okay. Curtis, are you in Takrady?
Yes, please.
Is that my own Curtis?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I see. Okay. Because I know that name from undergrad. Any
Yes,
other?
It also means that
Oscar.
it means that they enjoy economies of scale, which other companies are not able to enjoy because of their, sizes.
Okay, so they're able to enjoy economies of scale, whereas others may not be able to. Well, the economies of scale will work to some point, but depending on the demand of the business of the market where you are operating, it may not necessarily be the economies of scale, but perhaps because of the niche of the market where you are applying your trade, so which may not necessarily require you to produce on a large scale to achieve that outcome that your rivals may be struggling to do. But once you find yourself in the right environment and they are also, either they are struggling to enter that market or they do not find it more lucrative, it may give you some edge over it. All right, so thank you so far. The idea behind competitive advantage can be likened to a situation where the entire market where all organizations are operating is a pie or a circle. And within this circle, any of the firms that is able to enjoy or achieve higher share of this market pie is said to be enjoying competitive advantage. And the implication is that that firm will be doing something superiorly better than what the rivals may be also trying to do, which means that the rivals may be imitating you, all right, but with a lot of difficulty or challenges. So under such circumstance, the firm that is able to outperform the rivals and enjoy the higher share of the market share will eventually enjoy a lot of the profits and earnings that comes with that particular market. And under such circumstances, we say the firm is enjoying competitive advantage. There is currently the push for firms to strive for what we characterize as sustained competitive advantage and not a mere competitive advantage. In other words, a competitive advantage that will stand the test of time. And the reason why there is higher advocacy for firms to be targeting sustained competitive advantage is that over time, competitive advantage will due to its own flaws and ability for firms to imitate with some level of technology or innovation, the current dispensation that one is pursuing, it will make them complacent. And the moment that complacency sets in, your rivals will be catching up. Now, once you are able to target the pursuit of sustained competitive advantage, it means that you throw away any form of complacency and ideas that hitherto you would have taken it for granted. And the expectation is that whatever you are doing now to have an edge over your rivals, you have to invest a lot of time learning and effort into it so that you will always be ahead of your rivals. And it is from this perspective that is why now there is an advocacy for firms that are pursuing competitive advantage to be a learning organization so that they will grow together with the changing needs of the business environment. Now, for firms to achieve sustained competitive advantage, some of the recommendations that have been put forth by authorities, including Barney and FIFA, is that the firm must continually adapt to changes in the business environment, particularly external trends and events that may now be having higher level of currency. So if before the main drive in the banking industry was to provide the arrangement or structure for individuals to come to the bank premises to either deposit or make withdrawals. And now there is a trend of mobile money transactions in your environment. That will mean that the need arises for banks to also integrate that modification or financial technology as part of their models. Otherwise, and in fact, there is something that we witnessed as a country. It got to a point where Bank of Ghana and some of the regulators in the financial industry were now targeting mobile money vendors because they realized that most of the chunk of the money that hitherto were now trooping into the banks were now residing within the mobile money vendor circular economy. And that didn't sit well for the banks as well as their regulator, and hence the various regimes that they were introducing. So the point I'm trying to communicate over here is that to remain competitive, that is by targeting sustained competitive advantage, it is important for the organization to adjust or adapt to changes in their external trends. And the same must be done about their internal capabilities. If in the past, you just needed to be a computer literate to flourish in any professional environment, now we are in the age of artificial intelligence and generative AI, which means that there is the need for the competencies and capabilities of the workforce that we have now to also adapt or learn how to use some of these tools that are coming to make their work more relevant. It is only when we are able to position the general workforce to align with some of these innovations that are coming. That is where we can all be comfortable that technology will not take over their job. But if you take all these things for granted and you become glued to the old models or strategies that were yielding competitive advantage for you, then you will drift away from the pursuit of sustainable competitive advantage. Again, the pursuit of sustainable competitive advantage also require one to formulate, implement, and evaluate strategies by taking into consideration some of the changing trends and events that are being witnessed in the internal and external business environments. The idea here is that if you continue to be fixated with the strategic plan that was developed about 5 or 10 years ago, and you use it to pursue contemporary demands of the business environment, then that is the point where new entrants into a business market will now be creating a lot of shocks and discomfort for such old entities. It is only when the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of strategies is iteratively pursued, that is where they will be able to achieve what we conceptualize as sustained or sustainable competitive advantage. The concept of a strategist. So when we say a strategist, Sam.
Sir, I want to ask a question. My question is, can the political affiliation create competitive advantage for a firm?
Can a political affiliation is it like of the key players over there creates an advantage for a firm?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. For a particular firm, yes.
Yes, in the interim, it can create an advantage, but it will also create unwelcome or a hostile attention to such a company, in the sense that the moment the political actors that were supporting the interim advantage that company is having is no longer available, then the new regime will also create a lot of setback for it. So normally when we are looking at sustainable competitive advantage, although political affiliation and political role is something that we can all not do without because it is part of the external environment, as much as possible, it should not be championed explicitly. Other than that, you will also be making enemies for you in the political regime, which you are not aligned with. So you can do it intelligently, but not explicitly, so that you are able to demarcate and set aside the influence of the politics that is maybe pushing your firm ahead. The moment you make it the pivot of your operations, then the advantage you are enjoying will not be sustainable. It will be an interim one.
Thank you,
Is your question answered?
Yes, please.
And this does not only apply to Ghana or African regime. In fact, a lot of NGOs that were dependent on US aid, aid from Danida and those donor agencies to flourish, are either cut out of business or struggling to meet their targets, simply because immediately Donald Trump came to nations that were used to champion some of these non-governmental organization operations, particularly in Africa. And that can be an avenue where a change in political regime may inhibit or contribute to the sustainability of a particular organization in their operations. So the concept of strategists. This one is straightforward. When we say a strategist, they are the individuals or actors who are responsible for the success or failure of an organization. And they normally have positions or titles such as the chief executive officer of the company, the president, the owner of the firm, the chancellor, if it is an academic enterprise, the chancellor, or if it is a department that is also championing the strategy, then the dean. It could also be the entrepreneur who is championing a beautiful idea to make sure it sees the light of the day at the end of the day. So those are considered to be the strategists. And they ultimately help the organization to gather all the necessary information that it will require to excel. So the information from, if it is now going to be formed, then it will be predominantly from the environment that can help to create and establish such a robust entity. But if it is already in existence, then from inside and outside it, and how this environment can be judiciously utilized to the best interests and success of the organization. Another term, in fact, terms that we will be meeting in the course of the semester is vision and mission of an organization. And once they are articulated, then they become statements. So many organizations today develop a vision to answer the question of what they want to become in the foreseeable future, indicating that when we talk about mission or mission statements, it is an articulation of the thing that a company wants to become in the long run. The development of a vision statement often it is often considered as the first step in the strategic management process, in the sense that it is that aspect of the process that which gives a clear picture of the organization's future self. And with that clear picture in mind, it can help one to put all the necessary resources, capabilities, and information into the right context to help the organization stand very well. And it even often precedes the mission statement in the sense that it is that picture which will help in creating the kind of business that the organization should be carrying out. So unlike the vision which communicates what the organization wants to become, the mission demarcates what business the entity should venture into. Accordingly, mission statements are said to be statements which distinguishes one business from another. In other words, it is the kind of articulation or expression which helps to know exactly the business that a firm is venturing into. Okay, so someone is saying, is there a simple framework aside formulation, implementation, and evaluation that can be used to analyze firms' competitive advantage? Well, if you want it in the simplest form, then that is the three generic components: the formulation, implementation, and evaluation. But each of these components have a lot of nuances. Okay, each of them have a lot of nuances, which when you start touching on them, then it broadens the explanation to make the picture more complicated and more convoluted. So the simplest you can get is the formulation, implementation, and evaluation. But if you are trying to diagnose how a firm can be competitive, then you can, beyond the formulation, implementation, and evaluation, you can also think about the kind of capabilities that may be available, which come back to be a subset, which normally fall within the implementation component. So to make it much simpler, you have to work around the three generic frameworks. All right. Now, because of this question you asked, when we were interrogating strategy, we learned that every strategy has at least two outcomes. Every strategy has two outcomes, or the basic tenet of every strategy is two. Who can tell us? So that I continue with what I'm coming to add. Every strategy has two main components or outcomes. What are they? In other words, the end product of any strategy is two. What are they? What are the two end products of any given strategy? Who can help us?
So is it the end and the means of the strategy?
Exactly. Who just spoke? Who was speaking?
Abdul
Because I
Mumin.
can't see. Abdul
Abdul
Mumin. So
Mumin.
how come you are not appearing on my screen? Okay, I can see you now. Yeah, Abdul, thank you very much. So right from the beginning, I indicated that the end product of any strategy, whether in the military circles or in the business community, is to strive to achieve an end using some means, right? There is, because of the question that one of you just asked, there is also an idea that the attainment of any given strategy should be driven by three interrelated pillars. And I think I even mentioned it when I was explaining the definition by Wheeler and Hanger. Management. I made mention of the main strategy. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
So the network was breaking, so but it's good now.
Okay. So I was saying that in addition to the two main end products of any given strategy, which are the ends and the means, Michael Porter is also of the view that to use a given strategy to achieve competitive advantage, you should be interested in three key ingredients, which include competitive advantage, distinctive capabilities, and strategic fits. Let me write it down here for you. And that is the beauty of any class when it is more of a discussion than a one-way. So you see, because of the question he asked, I'm now adding something to elevate the discussion. So I'm typing it down. Competitive advantage, distinctive capabilities, and then strategic fits. Okay. So when you go read on why Michael Porter is of the view that to excel in pursuing any given strategy, these three key concepts should be properly addressed: competitive advantage, distinctive capabilities, and strategic fits. Just by way of summary, competitive advantage, as we have already learned, borders on the extent to which a particular firm in a given community of practice enjoys higher share of the market pie compared to the rivals. And that is so because they are doing something superiorly well. Now, Porter also continues that the attainment of competitive advantage, or a sustainable one, is not by accident, but based on the utilization of the right capabilities, which is fit for purpose. And that is what he characterized as distinctive capabilities. Distinctive capabilities can be likened to those competencies or skill sets which are rare, non-imitable, and non-substitutable. So if you are competing with another organization, let's say MTN is competing with Vodafone, Telecel, and AT. And MTN is said to be having competitive advantage because of their distinctive capabilities. The implication is that perhaps MTN has a particular technology. They have a number of, or a crop of human resources whose knowledge, skills, and abilities are rare in the telecommunication industry. And so whatever they touch is converted into gold. That is what Michael Porter will subscribe to as something that most companies that strive to be excellent in the attainment of competitive advantage through the pursuit of strategy should be targeting. Which means the implication is that when you are doing recruitment and selection, or when you are trying to procure technology for your services, you shouldn't be just going out for the generic ones that are in the market. You should rather be going out for specific technologies which will set you apart. And that is, of course, going to come with some cost. The same can be said about your human resources or your other work resources. If you are recruiting talent into your organization, you should not only be considering individuals with first class or individuals with some years of experience. At the end of the day, how is the first class of the years of experience translating into the success story of the organization? And it is because of some of these ideas that is why most of the Fortune 100 companies and the technology giants like Tesla, Facebook, Meta, and what have you, their reward system is not based on the number of years you've been in their company. It is also not based on the kind of degree or certificate you possess, but it is contingent on your contribution to organizational success, right? And that is where the value for distinctive capabilities will help you to depart from your rivals, thereby helping you to achieve competitive advantage. Then strategic fits. Then the mere fact that you are excelling in your community of practice, and you also have individuals coming from Ivy League universities, you have the best technology in the business, does not mean you should be operating in any demand just for the fun of it. Rather, you should fit. So the strategic fit idea means that there is the need to fit your resources, capabilities into a market or an environment where your skill sets and your services are actually derived, so that you are able to serve them and also get higher value for the services you are delivering. So that is a brief touch on the three interrelated components that Michael Porter suggests can be used to achieve, can be used to pursue any given strategy. And in fact, when he is explaining the concept of strategy, he used these three concepts very well in it. So take notes and read about it. You may never know when it will become relevant. Okay, so enough on the mission. Then opportunities, stress, internal strengths and weaknesses. Okay, so in the coming weeks, some of the concepts or terms that we'll be using include external opportunities and threats and internal strengths and weaknesses, particularly when we are conducting SWOT analysis or we are doing internal factor evaluatory matrix or external factor evaluation matrix. So when we say external opportunities and threats, they are those forces or factors that have a likelihood to affect organizational success or failure, but they lie largely beyond the control of a single organization. So they are in the external environment of the business. And they include forces such as economic, so issues about interest rates, minimum capital requirements, bank lending rates, inflation rates, all fall within the purview of economic forces. Then there are social forces, cultural forces, demographic forces, environmental, political. Some books even use the characterization of pestle to demarcate it. Then there is internal strengths and weaknesses, which also resonates with the forces that are found within the organization and are also normally controllable by the organization. So such forces or activities are normally performed as especially well or poor by the organization. If they are being performed well, then they are called the strengths. But if they are being performed poorly within the control of the organization, we characterize them as weakness of the organization. So a typical internal strength may take the form of the brand or reputation that a company has. Because a well-known and trusted brand can be a fulcrum to attract and retain more customers. And once there is more customer participation, then what? More profits. So having strong brand or reputation alone is an internal strength. And that is one of the prestige that comes with Apple products. Because left to me alone, anything that you can use your Apple product to do, I can use my Techno phone to do or Samsung phone to do. So on what basis will I end up paying? So currently, how much is the iPhone selling? How much is it selling? Roughly. Hey, or you are all not using iPhone.
So which type?
And then
Which type of the iPhone?
The current one, the current version.
The 17 Pro Max.
Pro Max.
Yes.
Depending on the gig you are using, you can spend like close to 20,000 Ghana cedis to buy it.
Wow, can you imagine?
Yeah, roughly 20.
So around 20,000.
Yeah,
I
if you
see.
are going for the higher gig, like the 1 terabyte, the 2 terabyte. Yeah.
And so what about, so it ranges from what to what? If you can reach 20,000, what is the minimum for the 17
The minimum
Pro?
you can get slightly used around 17,000 thereabouts for the 256 or the 512, depending on the person you are
That one
buying
is
from.
slightly used.
Yes, slightly used, yes.
Oh, okay, I see. That's very, very interesting. So the point I'm trying to communicate here is that because of the reputation that Apple has for their products, they are still able to get customers to gravitate towards their iPhones and iPad and all that, even at this price that I am seeing as quite high, right? Because whatever you can use these Apple products to do, it can equally be performed by other phones such as Techno or Samsung at a much reasonable price. So that is how the reputation or the brand of a particular company can be characterized as their strength in commanding authority and demand in a given community of practice. And sometimes, still on the strength, we can think about the innovativeness or the innovation that comes with the products. So if the product is such that it is characterized as meeting the current and future needs of targeted customers because of its innovative development aspect, then that alone becomes a strength which will commit people to dig into their pockets to pay for the services or the products. And that is also particular with companies such as Tesla, right? And these days, the China one, BYD, very good. Okay, because if you look at the sophistication of cars that they are bringing out now and the money that they are charging and the story that accompanies it, that in the foreseeable future, that is going to be the go-to for everyone, it becomes more convincing to patronize such services, which can be characterized as their strength. Now, on the internal weaknesses, normally it can take the form of poor customer service. So if you are running an organization and you run a customer service survey and you realize that majority of them are complaining that the service delivery to them is subnormal or not appreciable, then you don't have to take it for granted. It is a particular weakness that may be through customer service training programs or maybe following the diagnosis of why the staff is not able to meet the demands of the customers. You'll be able to turn it around. Other than that, it will become an avenue for you to lose all these customers. So normally, companies that are known for poor customer services may struggle with customer retention because no customer will be inclined to be spending huge sums of money only for a bad service. It wouldn't even make any rational sense. So to correct it, it will imply that the need to improve upon such weakness becomes imperative. Another weakness that you can think of is a situation where a particular company is experiencing higher employee turnover. Employee turnover can be simply explained as the extent to which employees leave the company due to one or two reasons. If a company within a short period of time start losing employees, particularly to competing organizations, then there is a huge question mark which signifies a weakness for them to address. Because when you lose employees through the concept of employee turnover, the negative repercussions is long-lasting because, one, you have to recruit new people to come and fill such vacancies. And once you bring them on board, you will have to now train them or indoctrinate them to come at par with the current culture and expectations of the organization. And all these things will not come with ease because your competitors will not be waiting for you to catch up before you continue the competition. So anytime one of your metrics is showcasing that there is high turnover, then it is an indication of a weakness which needs to be worked on. All right, some of these things we will come back when we get to, how do you call it? We'll start taking them in details. Long-term objectives. This one, I think I've explained it indirectly when I was clarifying the concept of strategy as well as the explanation for strategic management. So, long-term objectives ideally refers to the intended ends that an organization is striving to achieve in the long run. The intended ends or outcomes or results that the organization is striving to achieve in the long run. And in terms of time horizon, we expect it to be more than 1 year, which indicates that we are looking, and it also depends on the nature of business you are into, because sometimes in some jurisdictions, the moment you are able to achieve the objective within 5 years, the business may eventually fold up. But if the business is operating with the philosophy that unless events point to the contrary, it will continue to operate in perpetuity, then we are looking beyond 5 years into the realms of 10 years and all that. As much as possible, it's supposed to be measurable, clear enough for all facets of the organization to identify with. It should also be challenging, such that in the pursuit of it, the organization can learn and adjust to the changing needs of the business environment. The long-term objectives are said to be very much essential for organizational success because of a number of reasons, including the idea that it provides directors with a clear focus on where the organization is heading, and this will help them to also understand the goals and how to work towards it. So beyond the long-term objectives are said to provide direction. It provides direction to all members of the organization to have a clear mindset on what is expected of them, what they are supposed to do to support the organizational agenda. It also helps in evaluation of the success or otherwise of organizational performance because by setting measurable long-term objectives, the organization can appraise its progress continuously and check whether the performance is deviating from the expected outcomes that was earmarked from the outset. And that will also provide room for some adjustments or improvements to be made so that the organization will always be on the right track. And we also say it creates synergy. So you can say synergy or synergy depending on the secondary school you attended. So those of us from Team LA, we will say synergy. When we say long-term objectives creates synergy, all that we are trying to say is that it's allow all efforts of the various departments and employees to be aligned. It allows for the alignment of the efforts of various employees, departments to be aligned so that it will mutually support each other. And what this means is that the long-term objectives will give clear focus to what the various functional departments are going to do. So the HR department will have its own objectives derived from the long-term one. Marketing department will have its own one. Finance will have, procurement will have. And these series of departments are expected to mutually support each other. And for that matter, they must rather complement themselves rather than compete among each other. And that is what we mean when we say it creates synergy. It also reveals priorities. And this implies that objectives are able to, when they are created, they're able to highlight what is most important to the organization. And once we are all clear in our mind of the most important things to run in the company, it becomes easier to now allocate resources for such priority areas and also direct a lot of efforts to those critical areas. And this may explain why, if you go into an establishment, the printer or the scanner may be placed at the finance department and not the general administration, simply because they may be prioritizing more on financial activities. Focus coordination. So when we say objectives helps our organization to succeed by focusing coordination, it means that the objectives ensure all activities are coordinated. And that is the point I was making, that the functions of each department must mutually support each other. In the same vein, there is the need for these functions and activities to be done such that there wouldn't be duplication of efforts. Because the moment you duplicate efforts, it means you have so many hands chasing few jobs. And that wouldn't be an efficient way of running a business. So once you have long-term objectives and you're able to tease out specific ones for the various individuals and units in the department, then you can coordinate the focus of the activities. Basis for provide a basis for effective planning. So this one also means that objective operates as the basis or the foundation for coming out with detailed plans. It serves as a basis for developing detailed plans. And it is these fine details that are going to ensure that the organization's activities align with its goals. So it will be very, very difficult to implement long-term objectives in its holistic sense. And that is why it is necessary to break it down into annual ones that can be targeted for one calendar year period. And by so doing, it will also inform the necessary actions and initiatives that have to be put in place to ensure the fruition of the plan. And that is where you see it serves as a basis for effective planning. It also facilitates organizing, motivating, and controlling. Okay. With respect to organizing activities, what that implies that the objective seeks to serve a clear structure that will guide how tasks and responsibilities will be organized. So the organizing component here seeks to communicate that when you have an objective, it can now inform you on how duties and responsibilities or tasks will be organized to mutually support each other for the ultimate objective to be attained. And without this objective, it will be quite confusing and there might be a lot of role confusions on what to do at what point in time. Motivating employees. So for the motivation component, objectives, when they are demarcated and properly communicated, it will help employees to understand the objectives, which is very, very important. And this will also help them to know how their work will contribute to the achievement of these objectives. With this clarity, they will also know how to push in their effort, as opposed to the situation where there isn't much clarity on what objective the company is trying to champion and what role there is for them to even put towards that. So in the long run, by communicating it to the understanding of employees, it will make them more motivated and engaged. It will engage them more with their efforts and actions. Then the last one is the controlling activities as a panacea for organizational success. This also means that when objectives are codified, it is able to enable organizations to succeed in the sense that it provides a benchmark against which performance outcomes can be measured. And this can help managers to monitor, to verify whether the activities of the company is in line with the expectations or outcomes, or there is more room for improvement. So that aligns with the controlling function of the organization as far as adjustments of their performance outcomes in line with set standards are concerned. Any question on this? All right. Strategies. Okay, so strategies are basically the means by which long-term objectives will be achieved. And it is also it can also be characterized as the potential actions that require top management attention or decision and large amount of firm resources. Normally, it is considered to be the reserve of individuals that occupy the higher levels of management. But of course, the forger of strategies are normally done in concert with other levels of management and even employees for their ideas. And the type of strategy that may be pursued by an organization is contingent on the peculiar circumstance or environment that the firm finds itself in, which implies that you don't have to be copying blindly what your rivals are doing as your strategy. At all points in time, you should be in control and in the know of why you are in existence, what you want to achieve in the long run, and why you are doing what you are doing. So whereas a competing organization may be geographically expanding, your firm may rather need to geographically contract, which means you may have to close down some branches that are not so viable or not so well doing. In the same vein, whereas a rival firm may be championing a diversification strategy, particularly a related diversification strategy, which means they may be introducing other business units which are very much related to the current services or products they are serving. Your firm may survive when you pursue an unrelated diversification. So all these are specific strategies that can be used to help an organization remain competitive and flourish in their community of practice. But the choice of a strategy has to be decided by your peculiar circumstances. So annual objectives too are those short-term milestones that organizations are expected to achieve within one calendar year. And as much as possible, annual objectives should be characterized as measurable, quantitative, realistic, and prioritized so that it will be easier for one to assess whether they have been successfully achieved or not. Okay, depending on the organogram of the organization, that is if you have 3 main levels of management, then it is expected that annual objectives are also supposed to be established along those functional levels of management. But if it is a startup and there isn't that bureaucratic levels of management, then what that means is that at the end of the day, there should be an annual objective that will guide the operational activities of the company within one calendar year. Policies, as I mentioned earlier on, they are the framework or guidelines that can facilitate the attainment of annual objectives. You can also look at them as rules which are established to support efforts of members of the organization to achieve their stated objectives. Some policies that easily come to Class, good afternoon once again. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Oh, the network has started misbehaving. So you let me reshare my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, dog.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we got here, right? Okay. So the strategic management model, according to David and David, in developing any strategic plan, organizations must strive to answer three important questions. And the answers to these questions will guide their strategic thinking and decision making. And the first one is, where are we now? This where are we now question seeks to focus the organization's it seeks to focus on the organization's current situation. And this will involve assessing the internal and external aspects of the organization, of their environment, to understand the company's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So during the interrogation of this question, that is, where are we now? Managers normally become concerned about the resources, the capabilities, the type of market position they may be having, and the type of competitors that are there, the customers that are also being served by the company in terms of their needs and the prevailing trends in the industry. Those are the things that bother management when they are interrogating the question of where are we now? Then the next question is, where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Now, that question is also important because it's concerned with the organization's desired future position. So what it wants to become in the future, or what it wants to be known for over a long period of time. And this may require the definition of the vision and the mission of the organization, the forger of the objectives of the organization, which it seeks to achieve in the long term. And in the course of interrogation this question, it gives managers the opportunity to determine what success will look like. It gives them that mental picture of what success will look like when they achieve it. And that becomes the standard which is going to regulate or guide their annual appraisals and operations. Then the third question is, how are we going to get there? How are we going to get there? The last question is concerned with the actions or the specific strategies that are required to achieve the organizational objectives. The actions or strategies that are required to achieve organizational objectives. And this will normally involve the generation of alternative strategic options. That is what I meant when I said you have to get plan A, plan B, plan C. And after generating them, you select the appropriate strategic option. And this is done by ranking all your strategic options in order of efficacy or in order of their promise of delivery, so that you pick the most suitable and promising one and carry it out. Another integral part of the how are we going to get there question is an answer on allocation of resources, because you can only do very well when you are able to harness the requisite resources for your venture. Then you must also get the right policy framework available to regulate and guide the operations of members of the organization. There is also the need for these resources, policies to be implemented and thereafter monitored to see whether they are progressing favorably or there is more room for improvement. So David and David are also of the view that together these three questions form the foundation of strategic planning, in the sense that they can help an organization to understand their current realities, which is where we are now, and define their future aspirations, which is where do we want to go, and finally determine the best path they can use to get to where they want to go. Now, based on what has transpired so far, can you tell me some of the benefits that organizations can derive from championing strategic management? Can you tell me some? So at this point, you can unmute your microphone and speak to me. What are some of the benefits that companies can derive when they embark on strategic management?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Joyce.
Yes, sir. There's effective utilization of resources.
Exactly. So when firms embark on strategic management, they are able to effectively manage their resources, which is almost always characterized as very, very scarce, in the sense that they will know their priority areas, they will know what they are into, and what it's required for such actions to be carried out. And for that reason, when the time is right for them to allocate resources, they are not going to waste these resources at avenues or ventures that are not priority areas for the company. And that will even help them to reduce wastages and duplication of responsibilities, which may eventually lead to misuse of resources. Emmanuel. Yes, Emmanuel. Okay, Curtis.
There's a better allocation of resource.
Yes. So this is what you said is just like what Joyce said. In order to utilize the resources effectively, you will first of all have to allocate them. And the allocation will be where to allocate these resources in a better fashion will be clear once you strategically know what you want to do and how you want to do it. So when it comes to how you want to do it, then it becomes necessary to provide the needed resource and support system to facilitate the activities. Bismarck.
So it gives the firm competitive advantage and clear direction and goals.
Excellent. That is the first and foremost things that every organization that champions strategic management seeks to achieve in order to achieve competitive advantage. And they can do so when they are able to harness competitive capabilities ranging from human resources to the innovation or technology that they need, and also match these capabilities to needs or demands of the environment in a market where their services or products are required. And there is also the need for this to be properly aligned with a clear objective that would clarify exactly what every department or employee in the organization is expected to do. Okay, Emmanuel.
Please improve decision making and also increases success and growth. Hello, sir.
I heard the first part, I didn't hear it well, but all I heard was improve access and growth. Is that what you said?
Decision making. It improves decision making and also increases success and growth.
Okay. So the pursuit of strategic management can facilitate decision making to be much more suitable for the organization, and that can also trickle down to improve the growth and success. So essentially, the company will perform very well because they are proactively doing things that maybe their rivals may not be considering doing. Ibrahima.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
How about efficient use of resources?
Come again.
I said, how about the efficient use of resources? Like when a strategy.
Yes. So strategic management. Yes. It will ultimately lead to efficient use of.
Yes. Are allocated wisely.
Exactly. So when it comes to the allocation of resources, it will be channeled to the priority areas which have substantial contribution to organizational success. And those areas that do not really contribute, they will be rationed. And for that matter, we can conclude that it will lead to efficient use of organizational resources. Any other? So you see how you are flowing freely when it comes to these important things. I don't know, but if you get something like that in exams, just feel free to articulate your ideas and you'll be in the right path instead of going to choose something for me. Okay, Gilbert.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. I would like to comment on the benefits of strategic management to organizations.
Yeah, go on.
I would say it enables businesses to be solvent and stable by planning ahead and balancing assets and liabilities to avoid the risk of bankruptcy.
And that is very excellent because strategic management will help an organization to, at all points in time, contemplate where to invest and where not to invest, so that the activities or operations of the firm that can result in bankruptcy or cripple it will be mitigated before they even come aboard. So that is an excellent contribution. MS Ako is submitting that it increases the company's financial performance Curtis is saying it improves coordination and communication. Esther. Hello, Esther. You can unmute and speak. Esther.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Esther, go on.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, sir. It reduces risk and uncertainty.
Okay. It reduces risk and uncertainty in the
Yes, sir.
sense that strategic management will help the organization to preempt several strategic options. It will also help the organization to preempt various threats or weaknesses that can impede the success story of the company. So under such dispensation, then we can say that the strategic management process is going to help them mitigate some of these issues that may befall the company. Stephen, let me see you. So in the chat box, Stephen is saying it helps to monitor and evaluate performance of an organization and also make projections of the future. Good. Abdul said, give the company a sense of purpose and direction. Exactly. Without strategic management, the company will be drifting to all kinds of directions that are dictated by the external environment or emerging trends. Strategic management will give a sense of purpose and direction. Help organization to adapt to change, definitely. Veronica.
Sir, I would say it helps in proper planning because we spoke about strategic plan, which is the company's game plan or the blueprint. So when you have
Yeah.
a blueprint to follow, it helps you in your direction in planning. So it helps in proper planning.
Okay. And that will help you to know what to do at
At
any
what time?
given point in time. All right.
Yes.
So thank you all very much for your contribution as far as the benefits of strategic management is concerned. And my next question for our interaction is for you to tell me, what do you think are some of the reasons why, despite these benefits, some organizations may not embark on strategic management? Why do you think some companies may not champion strategic management despite some of these benefits? Why do you think so? Why do you think so?
Okay, Doc.
Yeah.
I would say maybe it's the lack of expertise. But they don't have the...
Okay, and you are right. You are right. The thing is, not the practice of strategic management is not as fancy as we hear it. There is a great deal of effort and work that goes into it. And so if you do not have the know-how to champion it, then you will also not be in a position to implement it. So you are right. Ibrahima.
Yeah, time consuming, I would say.
The time component is what those that are only money conscious will say time is money. So the time that they will spend on formulating a strategy, implementing it, or going through the strategic management process, they will be fixated with some short-term end gains that they are getting at the end of the year, forgetting that if they are able to spend time now to get a formidable strategy and manage it properly, it can give them tenfold of whatever they are achieving now without any strategy haphazardly. Any other hand?
So how about their risk appetites? Maybe they are
Richie?
they love risk, or they are, how do you call that? Their risk appetite. It tends to let them do everything and anything because they want to get gains from every aspect, not focusing on one side and then limiting their risk.
Okay, so you use some first word. You said risk what?
Risk appetite. Risk appetite.
Okay. So they are risk appetite and they want to try their hands on everything to see the outcome. Which is very, very dangerous in the sense that the essence of having a strategy in your operations, to guide your operations, is to choose your battles and your turf logically and rationally, so that you don't end up venturing into markets or capitalizing on opportunities that will cripple your current state, your current feats in that community of practice where you find yourself. Yes. I heard a lady's voice. Or is my own? Yes. Any other? Ibrahim, is your hand still up or is the old one? Okay, let me check the chat box. So Iris is saying helps organizations to adapt to change. High cost. So high cost may be the impediment for companies indulging in strategic management. And fear of failure. Okay, fear of failure. So if you don't indulge in it, then how will you know whether you pass or you fail? So that's, well, unless I don't know the angle you are explaining it from, but it doesn't really gel well with me. Limit the organization on what it can do. Yes. So some, and that also resonates with what is it, Brimer also, the point he advanced. The moment you have a strategy, you have to be following it as your blueprint to guide your series of operations. And that is going to limit your efforts to a jurisdiction or a context. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So it is
we
going
can
to
hear
limit
you.
your operations within a context where you will have to prioritize. And that may not sit well with companies that may want to be a jack of all trades and practice everything. Required huge resource commitment, and it's likely, yes. So the lack of the resources that are normally required to be committed into the strategic planning components, and at the same time be rolled out to be carrying out the operational activities of the firm, may come across as cumbersome. And so why not just focus on the operational ones? Resistance to change. If you don't have the right organizational culture, then some of the beautiful initiatives and innovations that you may want to bring to bear through your strategic management process will not see the daylight, in the sense that the traditionalists in the organizational setup, or those that are used to the old ways of doing things, will not subscribe to any change that you may want to bring to help propel the company to an enviable stride. And if you're also operating on an unstable environment where all the things that you itemize in your strategy become irrelevant with the passage of time, it it may, if you like, it may demoralize you to champion strategic management when top management considers strategic planning as a mere checkbox. Excellent. So, in most formal organizations, the pursuit and the champion of strategic management is more or less like a checkbox, as you put it. So they see it as one of the things that is now trending. And in order for us to also to be seen to be within the creme de la creme, we must also have some catchy phrases there to connote that we are also trying to be more forward-looking and strategic. But in actual sense, all those things that they are spelling out in their blueprints are not being different things happening on the ground. And if that is the situation, then definitely it will not materialize. External forces like inflation, political instability. Okay, so those factors can affect the management of a given strategy, but they will not prevent or they will not demoralize somebody from implementing it. Uncertainty in the business environment, that is also a factor that can affect strategic management implementation, success, and past. So when you become fixated with your past glory, I think in Ghana, that is what we call it, past glory. So when you become fixated and complacent that you have been successful all over the period of time, it will get to a point that you feel that level of complacency will not allow you to even be managing your operation strategically. And that is the thing which crippled giants like Nokia. In fact, apart from Nokia, there is also Packard Bell. Packard Bell used to be one of the giants in computing. The same about IBM. Right now, IBM, they are. I know most of you are familiar with the IBM computers, how it used to be. It used to be a giant that were producing a lot of computing technologies, but some of these complacencies have resulted in DA being cutting out of the world of technology. So past glory and success story in the past can be an avenue that may prevent people from managing strategically, despite the benefits that are proved. All right. Are there any questions or contributions? Okay, if there are no questions or comments, we will pause here and continue, God willing, next week. In fact, the points that we were discussing now through the chat box and what some of you articulated are all in the slides, which you can look at later on. And God willing, next week, we will start looking at a new topic, which is on vision, mission, and kind of strategic objectives, their characterization. We will look at that next week, God willing. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, hello.
Yes, can you please forward the slides to the class rep before because the LMS is not yet there, so that we can start.
Definitely. In fact,
we can start reading it.
Yes, in fact, I'm going to share for today and what we are going to be doing.
Huh?
And I'll also try and hook you up with a link to a recorded version of today's class.
Yeah.
So
Thank you
that
very much.
you can also be. In fact, there are links to subsequent classes we are going to have, so that you prepare before you come to class. In that regard, when we come, then we just interact more than me teaching more. Okay. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.